I'm Giulia Desogus. I'm his technical assistant and chair in this room.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And yeah, I remember that you have 50 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for the question.
Uh-huh.
It's okay. If you want, you can start, please.
Okay, share.
Share the
Oh,
monitor.
oh. Oops. セキュリティか。あ、違う。No, sorry.
Perfect.
Sorry.
This is the program, but it's okay.
Oh, あれあ、Sorry. あーおあーん So sorry. I cannot share my slide. I think security, max security problem.
Yeah, you share the program, but
Mm,
is it the same? In the same method?
security. Oops. So,
Um,
mm,
well, okay. Maybe it's better waiting 50 minutes for Toshiba. Toshiro? Toshihiro? I'm so sorry for the pronunciation.
sorry.
Yeah? Toshiro?
Sorry.
Okay. We don't see your screen, but I see the black screen.
Okay. Okay. No.
No?
No. Okay. Oops. なんだ Can you see my slide? No.
No.
Oh. なんだ Mhm.
Okay, maybe it's better start with Boris Nizomutski. I'm so sorry for the pronunciation.
Okay.
Boris,
Good evening. Yes, I have
good evening.
presentation.
It's okay for you?
Okay, 1 minute, please.
Yeah, thank you.
And I start my presentation.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes, and you see my screen?
No, it's black.
No.
Oh, I can
Now
see your slide. I can see.
it's okay, yes?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Ah, okay, no.
Okay, and I start my report.
But I don't see the screen.
Okay.
I
Good
don't know
evening,
why.
dear colleagues. My name is Boris Nizamudinov, and I'm a PhD
No,
student
one moment.
from.
I don't see the your screen. I don't know
Okay,
why.
don't see.
One
Okay, I
moment. So
understand.
sorry.
I can see, but I think you have problem.
Yes, one.
And now I start. One question, you see my screen or not?
No, I don't know why, but one moment.
Can you see?
Oh.
Good morning. Good morning, and Rula. And I pronounced it correctly, your name. Good morning. Sorry for the terrible delay, but we have some troubles, technical troubles. So we have only 1 minute to check if the other speakers are linked to the meet. In other case, we start with you.
I don't know why.
Okay. So Dadiana probably we. And and Rula, the stage is yours. You can.
Okay, Boris, you can screen.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. No.
Yes. Can you move only to check? Can you move the slides? So
Boris.
perfect.
Okay, Toshiro, you can screen.
You can.
Boris.
Emerald, so the last thing.
Perfect. Thank you.
15 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for the answer and question time. Thank you.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay. I start my presentation. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Good evening, dear colleagues. My name is Boris Nizamudinov, and I'm PhD student from ICMO University. And today, my paper about value-oriented management of city development programs based on data from social networks. And what about this paper? My paper presents the result of my pilot study of the possibility of using a value-based approach to managing city development programs. In my opinion, the value model of a person includes a static description of the values, motivation, and expectation of a person, taking into account his social, demographic group, and life situation. The paper proposed to determine the values of residents through social media profiles and comments generated by users. I use social media for find comments and generate his values. Values are described using the Schwarz method, and my work contains comments from source Google Maps, Messenger, Telegrams, and social media Contact. In my paper, the process of formation and management of city development programs considered on the example of St. Petersburg. It's proposed to transform a conventional decision-making system, the effectiveness of which is measured on the basis of economic indicators based on an approach based on value indicators. On this diagram, it's a screen of my idea, and to the test method information, source of internet was selected to collect information about the values of citizens. The following source was selected. I say Google Maps, Contact, and Telegram Messenger. For complementers of the data, 3 types of text source have been specially selected, the processing of which will allow determining the values and requests of citizens to the city in real time. This figure shows general scheme of data collection and process to determine values of citizens. On the first step, I find comments and some text from the citizen in social media or in Google Maps or in Telegram. On the next step, I collect this data. I use method of depersonalization. On the next step, I made a database with comments from residents of the city. On the next step, I identified values based on classification method. On the next step, I training my system to identify values, and on the next step, I made a preparation of recommends for the city development programs, and I use comments and find distribution of values. Based on the theory, Schwarz can identify as 10 basis values, then influence the formation of a reference lifestyle in the minds of city residents in an urban environment. For example, the value of power, the value of achievement, the value of hedonism simulation, and other value. Important part of my work is the depersonalization because I use comments from social media, and I depersonalization all data. For this, a Python script has been developed that analyzes the collect array and delete all proposed name, phone numbers, email. This approach allows you to depersonalize this and Additional, a study of the legislative framework was conducted to comply with all norms and law. On the first step, I use data from social media. On the next step, I use data from Messenger. It's different things. I use Telegram Messenger in the course of the study, and attempt was made to use user comments to identify needs and values. For this purpose, comments to popular city channels were uploaded using automated methods, and further using a clustering method, the main topics were highlighted, which were discussed in the city Telegram channels, for example, for St. Petersburg. And as example of data, I find 10 topics: safety, health, demographics, social protection. It's a quantity comments in this channel. And I use automatic clustering method for thematic modeling. The results obtained demonstrate that it's possible to use data from social network for a very oriented approach to managing city development programs. The data obtained cannot replace traditional planning methods. However, they can significantly supplement operational data for the city management and solving strategic issues for the sustainable development of the city. The chosen topic is social significant in society, science technologies for creating a social psychological portrait of user will allow to assess the human capital of the state and can also form the basis for, for the development of social structures of the urban environment. And result, I use comment from social media and messages for find value of citizen and use this data for city development programs. Thank you for your time, and I end my report.
Thank you, Boris. Toshiro, you can share your screen, and then we talk about Toshiro. Toshiro.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Can you
Share my
Can you share your screen? And
Okay.
then perfect. Okay. Thank you, Boris. Okay.
I'm Toshiro Tsubayashi from Japan. Today, I'd like to talk about usage and analysis of measured CO2 levels in Japanese community buses with IoT sensors. This is a brief outline of our presentation. Firstly, introduction. The buses play a central role in public transportation systems in the regional cities of Japan. However, the number of regional public transportation service users is on the decline due to competition with private cars. Even given this competition, there are expectations that buses will continue to play a central role in regional public transportation as a means to address environmental issues and cater, cater to an aging society. Community buses and demand drive transportation, which are operated mainly by local governments, play a vital role in Japan. Operated primarily by local governments are highly important for social welfare. Since 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic first started, the spread of a new approach was soon, which differs from conventional wisdom. In enclosed spaces such as buses and trains, it is recommended to open windows for ventilation, and population of the indoor environment has attracted attention. The European Federation of Air Conducting Association has stated the importance of confirming that indoor CO2 concentration does not exceed the standard value of 1000 ppm. Their environment guideline for the Hong Kong Environmental Protection Agency recommended an indoor CO2 concentration of 2500 ppm or below. Community buses operated by local governments often have a capacity of 30 or fewer people, and there are concerns about the risk of population to the indoor environment. So, real-time collection and dissemination of environmental information inside buses is necessary. IoT sensors will be installed inside the buses for up to 6 months, and the measured data will be analyzed. We measured environmental data inside buses on 3 community buses in Suetan from November 2020. Suetan is located slightly northwest of the central region of Fukuoka Prefecture. It is bordered by towns on all 4 sides. It has a total area of 60.31 square kilometers. The population as of April 2022 was 28,840, and 3 prefectural roads pass through the town, functioning as arterial roads. Sorry. The Kyushu Expressway was established to run through the town, and the Sway parking area was established on both the inbound and outbound roads. In addition, 3 JR Railways, Japan Railway Company railway lines pass through the town, and there are 3 stations in town. And 3 bus routes are operated by the main transportation company in the prefecture. These connect Fukuoka Airport and Fukuoka City. In Suetan, 5 buses, including 1 held in reserve, operate from the base point of Suetan Hall. The passenger capacity range from 9 to 28 people, depending on the bus. The number of bus runs is a maximum of 10 per day. All operations are performed by taxi company, commissioned by the Suetan. Zera has 7 routes, and all buses start and end at the welfare center. We consider that it is necessary to promote the avoidance of dense congestion in buses by studying the level of congestion in buses, since the new COVID-19 is rising. Therefore, we installed IoT sensors in buses to collect environmental information in real time. By analyzing the values measured by the IoT sensors, we can derive the nature of the punctuation in the onboard environment and the relationship with the number of passengers.
No, excuse me, Toshiro, you can open the microphone. Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
No. It's my, okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Sorry. IoT sensors were installed in the Hinoponcho committee buses, pink,
Thank
blue,
you.
and green.
Thank you, Emrullah. And if you can stop the share so we can see.
No, sorry, Toshiro is the colleague. No,
Okay,
excuse me. We have two virtual room. Okay,
so,
please.
it's very interesting
big
presentation.
Wi-Fi router was
And
installed inside the bus
only
to
think, Emrullah,
actually tape
your
transmitting
methodology
the
proposal
data to
and your
the network
application
controller via the
could
internet.
be
Installation period of
provided
IoT
for
sensors
other data sets as
were
example for
March
turbines,
2021, November
considering the renewable energy system, or
2020,
such as
and
in order
September
to
2021
improve
for
the
the pink, blue, and green
action,
buses.
the assessment, the old
Small buses
industrial
observed
processes.
for people as
As you
scenario.
think about this?
Data could not be accurate during those periods. In data usage, a prototype of the digital signage was installed on the green bus. Data analysis is performed on the data measured using the IoT sensors installed on the Swetan community buses. First, data usage. Digital signage display real-time updates of bus stop name and delay time information. CO2 value measured by Netatomo are displayed in real time in bus information.
Thank you, Amrullah.
Digital
We
signage
wait for
includes
other
weather
questions from the
news,
stage. I don't know. I
destination
see
bus stop,
Modestos. I don't
bus
know
stop
if
date,
Modestos has
and inside temperature and
something
schedule.
to ask you, something curiosity.
Next, data analysis. Data analysis shows data
No
value,
problem, no problem,
5
Modestos.
minutes interval heat map,
So, Amrullah,
CO2
thank you again. Sorry for the delay. I'm
plus
very happy that you remain. I'm very happy
2021.
that you stay here and you can present your
This figure
contribute.
shows
And
major
so we are waiting for the other
values
contributes.
from the
I'm
IoT sensors
online.
at the front of
And
each
if
bus
you want,
on the
stay
date
with
of
us.
the 12th
You can
of March
attend the
2020
other.
rounded and plotted on a line graph in 5 minutes intervals. Also, the CO2 reference value of 1000 ppm recommended by the European Federation exceeded. Some of the buses are within the air conditioning environment guidelines of 2500 ppm set by the Hong Kong. Next, to investigate the transition in CO2 concentration over time. The CO2 concentrations for the valid period were mapped in 5 minutes intervals and plotted on a heat map. During the period as a whole, the pink bars had a CO2 concentration of 2500 ppm in specific time frames, 3 or 4 times in the morning and 4 times in afternoons, and these are seen as the peak values. The blue bus had a CO2 concentration of around 3000 ppm once each in the morning and afternoon, which was the peak value. Thus, routine multiple increase in CO2 concentration followed by decrease during a single day of operation is a cycle repeated throughout the seasons. So there may be some seasonal variation. The route each bus takes throughout the day is fixed, and so this is so to be related to whether there are boarding or alighting passenger at specific bus stops. The mean CO2 concentration and passenger numbers for every 5-minute interval were output and plotted. The graph shows that the CO2 concentration and passenger numbers are linked with a delay of 10 to 20 minutes. Thus, the increase and decrease in values when boarding or alighting means that the doors were opened and closed and that the CO2 concentration fell at the time, regardless of the number of passengers. The speed of increase in the CO2 concentration towards the upper limit is faster the more passengers are aboard. Furthermore, the fact that CO2 concentration never went below 500 ppm is due to the fact that the driver was always present. Last is conclusion. IoT sensors were installed on 3 Suetan community buses to measure environmental data. The CO2 concentration data are displayed in real time on a digital signage monitor inside the bus to encourage passengers to ventilate. By analyzing the environmental data measured within the bus, the nature of variations and relationships between the vehicle environment parameters and the number of passengers were derived. As a result of analyzing the measured CO2 concentration data, it was found that the CO2 concentration increased and decreased based on the seasons. But in the fixed cycle within 1 day of operation, variation in the CO2 concentration clearly occurred. Moving forward, the design of an algorithm is being considered to predict CO2 concentration based on the analyzed result, with the aim to publish the predicted CO2 concentration to passengers in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Toshiro. Thank you.
It's not very suitable.
Okay, do you have any question for each? Boris, Toshiro? No? Okay, I have a question for Boris.
No question. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I have a question for Boris for the data. You hear me? Boris? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Yes.
Yeah, I'm curious, but the data is are open data. For example, in Telegram or in other social network.
Sorry for the misunderstanding and why, but with another colleague we share the same room.
Excuse me, can you write a question and I answer this?
We are in a something about the other session. Don't worry. It's all right.
Excuse me, Boris, can you repeat? Because we have a problem with the room.
It will be necessary planning.
Okay, I understand you. Yes, I use open data because it's comments, and these comments in Messenger Telegram, it's not
Ah,
security data. Telegram have a API, application interface, and I can download this information legal. But
okay.
for my experiments, I depersonalize this data. I use special script for delete names, emails, telephones, and other confidential information. But it's a open information, legal.
Okay, more interesting. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Boris. Thank you, Toshiro. We can close the. Thank you, Toshiro. We can close the session. Thank you.
Thank you for organizing.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Boris. Thank you, Toshiro. Bye.
Julia, ¿puedes sentirme? Oh, mannaggia.
Yeah. Poviete, že nerozumiete. Nie, že nerozumiete, nepočujete. A prestávka je teraz. Prestávka je. Len tam je o hodinu viacej, mám to o 11. Poďte si. Poďte sa pozrieť, tam je teraz 10:47. Tam je o hodinu viacej. Taktiež po prestávke sa prihlásim, že sme mali technické problémy. Ježiš, to sme zabudli. O koľkej máme
Sorry.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, Dora.
Hi.
Hi. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
The first speaker, the Theodorus is there, and the second Irene is too. Dora is all right. The fourth speaker, the Dezo, who is the fourth? Abdul Mamoun is.
Good morning.
Oh, who talk?
Abdullah Mamun.
Oh, thank you, Abdul. It's difficult to see it all in the plan. And Eugenia is not there. The last speaker, Eugenia Paula, is not there. The Portuguese guys. So we don't. We have this. It's because backgrounds. One moment. Ok? Procura aí no meio, deve haver, ou então ali. Como é que a gente chega? Okay, okay. Yeah. Now we have some problems with the sound. You can hear now without the echo.
Yes,
It's okay?
it's okay. For me, it's
Yes.
okay.
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 Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
voice very clear.
Okay, excuse me for a moment. My tutor, my teacher. The report, the X report. So we have a photographer here in the room to take a picture of us. And now we go to start with, if you have ready, Theodorus, you have ready to share with us your presentation?
Yes,
So
sure,
Theodorus,
Chairman.
go.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Theodore, go to present a paper titled Oversampling Methods for Ending Imbalanced Data in Binary Classification Virtual. Virtual is the session, sorry. Is my point. So you can share, Theodore. You have
Yeah.
15 minutes for your presentation, then with some time for short questions.
Thank you, the Chairman, and good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us.
You have already shared?
I find a bit difficulty to share my presentation.
Why?
Yeah.
You're sharing. We don't need to stop.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay. Can you see my presentation, the Chairman, and all
Yeah.
of the... Okay. Thank you very much. Let me start my presentation. My name is Theodorus Riston. On behalf of all the co-authors, we are from Department of Statistics, University Pajajaran in Bandung, West Java, Indonesia. So this morning, my presentation title of a sampling methods for handling balance data in binary classifications. The outline of my presentation is the first introduction, the second, I will present a few past related works. Number 3 is the motivation of these works. Number 4, the data used in this research, our proposed methods. In the 5th and the 6th, our obtained results, and we discuss from the obtained result, and finally we conclude our works.
Sorry, Theodore, we don't see the presentation to roll. You are in presentation mode.
Okay. Okay,
We
okay,
saw only
please.
the PowerPoint. Probably you need to share all entire screen.
Okay. Is it okay now, the chairman?
And try to press the button with in the right corner in inferior in the PowerPoint. You have the presentation mode. You need to put the presentation mode.
Okay.
Press in the
I didn't found it, the chairman. Sorry.
in the slideshow. In the slideshow.
Okay.
In the slideshow, you need to press presentation mode.
Presentation mode.
Try in the slideshow
Uh-huh.
near the animation. You see the button?
Yeah,
No.
I found the button, but
Here,
Okay.
yes.
yes.
Put from start. In the first
Yeah.
button. The first, yes.
This one?
Yes.
Okay. Is it okay now?
No.
Yeah. So,
Hello, the
Theodorus.
chairman. I hope you can.
Theodorus.
Yes.
Okay. Click from beginning.
Eu tenho o meu som desligado.
No, we don't see.
Está desligado uma vez. Speaker sem som.
Okay. Can you screen your okay your presentation? No.
Estava.
Está a fazer interferências.
Como é que está a fazer? Tirei a vista, tu não tirei a vista. Espera.
Theodorus.
Yes. Sorry, your voice not so clear.
Yeah.
Temos que desligar porque eu não estou a conseguir.
Oh,
Espera.
We need to desliga este. No. Ai, desculpa.
Este está sentado.
share your screen.
Vou falar.
Share your screen. Theodorus now.
É das cores.
Theodorus.
Yes.
Não, isso.
Okay. Share your screen.
Yeah,
Please.
yeah. Please be wait. I am.
Prof.
Hello, Maria. I cannot share my my presentation. When I select a window or screen, my presentation slide doesn't appear.
Okay, not important. You share your screen and then
Share your screen, Theodorus.
Yeah. Okay. I should continue because the time is.
yes. Can you continue, but change the slide?
Manually.
Okay, no
You can,
problem.
can change the slide manually in the left side.
Oh, okay. Can you see my presentation slide now, Maria and all?
Yes, the first
Okay.
one with the title. But if you
Oh.
need to change the second one, you need to change on the left side.
Okay. Okay, I should continue the introduction of my my research. One of the most common problem in data preparation is imbalance binary classification. That means one of the target classes has a much smaller number of instance in comparison to other class or groups. To this motivate us to generate a model that can correctly and accurately classify the data. And having imbalanced data leads to inaccurate classification result. And one way of to handle the imbalanced data is to resample the original data. The next slide I can show you a few of the past related works on imbalanced binary classification. As you can see, my search screen in 2016, Jian et al. The model is the hybrid of support vector machine and ROS, SVM, and smooth SVM ROS, SVM as smooth with the evaluation types. As you can see, recall with the recall average AUC with DR respective percentage. And then in 2017, Gosain and Sardana, the model is, you can see many hybrid model presented in their works, use the dataset from PIMA India Diabetes, Breast Cancer Wisconsin. Most of the data taken from the University California Irvine's machine learning repository. And now, what motivates us to do these works? We investigate several common methodology for handling imbalanced data in binary classification. So we have the bank of data in the left sides. We have the ROS random oversamplings, smooth, bi-smooth at the scene. And we have the model, naive Bayes and support vector machine. And finally, we evaluate the result obtained from both models. Okay, now the data is taken from the UC machine learning repository and Kaggle sources, taking a data set that have different number of samples and characteristic. You can see in the above table. Also, heterogeneous data means that it contains mixed data types, both categorical and numerical attributes. In the pre-processing data, we have the process data standardizations. We use a minimum maximum scalar, which the formula is given a UI comes to UI minus minimum U over the maximum U minus the minimum U action. That data splits.
Please, Theodorus, you change your slide manually.
Yes, I changed my slide manually, the chairman.
Okay, we can see.
We can see.
Okay, thank you. Data split stage, which data is prepared before all the whole data is processed. In this stage, the qualitative are chosen first, the attributes, which 80% missing value and redundant information we are not used in the study. That's when we only consider the complete data. The method that we propose, handling imbalanced data, as I already talked in my previous slides, comprises the random oversampling, yeah, adasins, smooth, and B-smooth. As the result, the first one we present through the ROC, receiver operating characteristic curve. There are 4 categories in the confusion matrix. We have the true positive, false positive, true negative, and false negative. We demonstrate that the ROC and PR words have strong links. Through the affiliation matrix, we have the first quadrant at the left, the top, true positive, false positive, false negative, and true negative. Data explorations from the 8 data sets. Upon choosing the data set for this experiment, we adopted an imbalance threshold of 40% while considering them, which states if the number of minority instance is less than 40% of the total instance in the dataset, then it is considered as imbalanced dataset and therefore chosen for our experiment and evaluation. As we can see in the table above, shows the description of the dataset, and all of them fulfills the minimum 40% of the thresholds. The tables in my next slide, these slides presents the result in terms of precision measure in the experiment on data sets. The precision both for the support vector machine and naive Bayes. So as you can see here, from the table, it is noted that B-smooth, the borderline smooth, has shown to be the most effective methods for SVM classifier. Meanwhile, contradictively, the result when it's applied to the naive Bayes, that means the result is contradictively comparing to the support vector machines. For the performance evaluation, as you can see in the tables, the presence of data balancing doesn't appear to have any significant effect on the classification result when comparing the average, precision, and F-value of the SVM classifier. And as we can see, through the plot of the ROC curve, okay, now we come to the discussions. The results that I already presented, even though the B smooth might not be the best at each and every measure of evaluation, it has shown a great performance in the evaluation. And the B smooth is a precise and good method for oversampling in tackling imbalanced datasets comparing to the other methods. Finally, we conclude that this works. B-smooth might not be the best at handling imbalanced data. Still, however, it has shown a great performance and might be one of the better alternatives to tackle an imbalanced datasets. Thank you very much. I return the session to the chairman. Thank you.
We miss your presentation. We only see the first and the last slide, but I try to follow your paper. I'm the chair of the session. I'm these privileges, and you talk about the principal results obtained. I asked to someone if you want to put some question. No. I want to thank your presentation, but I have only one question to you, if you don't mind, a little one. Your face is on the support vector machine, right? They achieve better results in terms of the metrics. You have some feeling about the behavior of the naive base?
Okay, thank you for your questions. Yeah. Thank you for the questions. Actually, we apply the B-smooth on two different classifier, support vector machine and naive Bayes. For the support, when we apply the B-smooth to the support vector machine, it's positively produce a result comparing to the when we apply the B-smooth to the naive Bayes. So although the B-smooth is not outperformed in when we apply to the naive Bayes, still the B-smooth considered to be the best method in our study when we talk an alternative method in handling classification on the imbalance data sets.
I think it's for that. The imbalance data set has different behavior and produce some different results with this kind of algorithms. Thank you, Theodoros, for your presentation and for your work. I proceed this session to the second presentation, performance evaluation of portfolio stocks selected with AUV and EV risk models. Irene, I think you are there. You can share with us the presentation.
Yes, I
and
will try.
to.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Irene, it's okay.
Okay.
You can share.
Do you see my presentation?
We see, yes. Try to skip the slide if we see the next slide.
I have the next slide.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay,
you can start when you are ready.
Yes, I'm ready. Then I will start. So in this talk, I will speak, about the performance evaluation of portfolio stocks selected with the EUV risk model. The aim is to analyze the performance of portfolios that were constructed with a risk model that depends on expected utility, entropy, and variance. And data were used from the Portuguese stock market index from January 2019 to December 2020. The number of stock components was reduced to the half. And now the aim is to evaluate the performance by comparing the different risk measures obtained with the risk metrics such as Sharpe ratio, Sortino ratio, beta alpha, and also cumulative returns using both in-sample and also out-of-sample results. And we will see that the results reveal that the portfolios constructed with the proposed risk model can outperform the benchmark portfolio. In modern portfolio theory, the mean variance optimization model was proposed by Markowitz to assess and construct portfolios that are weighted combinations of stocks, and the aim is to minimize risk expressed by variance and to maximize the expected return. Then several other optimization models were presented, where, for example, the variance was substituted by the entropy, and also new models for stock selection were proposed. And for example, the expected utility entropy model, and recently a model that combines the expected utility with entropy and with variance. In that work, in that recently proposed work, the efficiency of the constructed portfolios in terms of the mean variance model was shown to be approximately equal to the efficiency of the portfolios built with the whole set of stocks. And now the difference is that we will evaluate the performance using different performance metrics and also using out-of-sample results, because in that work only in-sample results were used. So I begin to present the risk model. Consider a set of stocks in an action space where AI represents the action of selecting stock as I, yielding the frequency distribution of stock returns, which is here represented in vector form. we use this variable, random variable, to denote this frequency distribution, where xin are the outcomes, so the returns that occur with probabilities pin. And here we see the definition of the risk matrix. So having determined the frequency distribution, we can calculate the expected utility, and here the normalized variance, and H is the entropy function. So this model uses a trade-off parameter to balance the decision maker's expected utility with the uncertainty or risk component given by entropy and variance. For the utility function, we use this function, which is concave for gains and convex for losses. And for example, we have here some particular cases. If, for example, lambda is equal to 0, then we use only the normalized expected utility to assess risk. If lambda is equal to 1, we only use the uncertainty components to measure the risk. And for example, if lambda, for example, belongs to the interval 0 and 1/2, then more weight is, for example, given to the expected utility term. The risk classification model is defined as follows. So the stocks can be ranked according to this risk model, and decision is taken in the following way. Given two stocks, SI1 and SI2, we say that SI1 is preferred over SI2, we use this notation, if the risk of selecting the stock SI1 is lower than the risk of selecting the stock SI2. Now I present the definitions of the performance measures. The Sharpe ratio quantifies the relation between the expected return of the portfolio and the standard deviation of the portfolio. RF is a risk-free rate, which is here taken to be equal to 0. So portfolios with higher Sharpe ratios perform better according to this measure, because in here it is of interest to have a high expected return and a low standard deviation. The Sortino ratio is a modification of the Sharpe ratio, and the difference is that here, instead using the entire definition of the variance, only the downside deviation is taken into account. So sigma minus denotes the standard deviation of the negative portfolio returns. Then the risk metric beta quantifies the risk of a portfolio compared to the market. And here we enter also with the information of the benchmark returns. Here we must calculate the covariance between the expected return of the portfolio and the expected return of the benchmark, and divided by the variance of the benchmark. And if the beta value is greater than 1, then we can conclude that the portfolio is riskier than the portfolio of the benchmark. The alpha is a performance metric that measures the portfolio return also relative to the market return. And here is used also the definition of the expected return given by the capital asset pricing model. Here RF is again set to be equal to 0. And so if this difference is greater than 0, if alpha is greater than 0, then that indicates that the portfolio has performed better than the market index. Now applying the risk model to the selection of stocks from the stock market, from the Portuguese stock market. Here we have the list of 18 stocks. So in that time interval, the Psi index consisted of 18 companies. And we first must determine the frequency distribution of the stock returns. So we collected the daily closing prices for the two years. And then we determined the stock returns. And in order to obtain the frequency distribution, the interval of the stock returns containing or returns, so between the minimum and maximum return, was divided into sub-intervals. And then for each interval, we determined the relative frequency of the return corresponding to each interval, and also the expected return of the stock for that interval. So having determined this frequency distribution, we are in conditions to calculate the EU EV risk for each stock. And here I listed some results for different values of lambda. So we can then rank the stocks according to the risk from the lowest to the highest risk. And here in red are represented the 9 best classified stocks, so with lowest risk according to each lambda value. Then for lambda ranging from 0 to 1, we obtain these different sets of stocks with 9 best performing stocks according to the risk measure. And in the performance analysis, we will consider equally weighted combinations of these stocks. The portfolios will also be denoted by key 1 to key 5. And for the benchmark portfolio, we will consider the Psi index. Here we have plotted the cumulative returns in the in-sample period from 2019 to 2020. And perhaps as expected, we see that, so S, here this blue line, is the benchmark, corresponds to the benchmark. And as expected, we can confirm that the portfolios containing the best selected stocks outperform the benchmark portfolio in the in-sample period. And if we calculate the risk measures, also the results reveal that, in fact, the 5 portfolios have better, reveal to be better than the risk metrics obtained for the benchmark. And under these 5 portfolios, key 2 is the best performing portfolio. So it was constructed using lambda values in this time interval. So that means that more weight is given to the expected utility than to entropy and variance. Then considering the out of sample period, here we analyze the 1-year time horizon. And also in this time range, the 5 portfolios perform better than the benchmark portfolio. And also again, all portfolios have better sharper Sortino and alpha ratios than the benchmark. For example, the beta values are lower than 1, indicating that the risk of these portfolios are lower than the benchmark. And here also key 2 seems to be the best performing stocks, but also key 4 has the highest Sortino ratio. Now, analyzing the 2-year out of sample period, we can observe that in 2022, the cumulative returns tend to approximate, and also here's a change in, for example, in the first year out of sample period, key 2 was the best performing stocks, but now for a wider time horizon, key 4 and key 5 reveal to be the best. And also it seems that the benchmark now the cumulative returns surpasses other returns for specific or for small time ranges. And also analyzing the results, we can see that now key 4 and key 5 have the best performance metrics. We can also observe that the benchmark has better sharper Sortino ratios than key 1 and key 2. And also, yes, if we analyze key 4 and key 5 were constructed with lambda values greater than 1/2, showing that more weight is given to entropy and variance. So these components may play an important role to obtain, for example, higher returns for wider time horizons. So the conclusions in future work. The results of the performance evaluation show that the portfolios built with the best classified stocks according to the EU EV risk model, reducing the number of stocks to the half, outperform the benchmark in the in-sample period, in the 1 year out of sample period, and in general also in the 2 year out of sample period. Only 2 portfolios showed to have a less well performance or performed less well than the benchmark. So these results suggest that the strategy of constructing portfolios using the best ranked stocks with this risk model can be useful for short-term investment objectives. However, if we take into account longer time periods, for example, 5 or 10 year periods, the results can change because the risky component, the variance entropy, may there play an important role. So we must in the future analyze better the out of sample periods for wider time horizons. And we will also considering different in-sample periods and apply this technique to markets containing more stocks. And it will also be interesting to use other investment and funds, for example, exchange traded funds. So, and here I listed some references, and here's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
And I pass to the room. You have any questions? No, the virtual room, someone with questions? No? Only you have any questions? So I have one. Only a curiosity then. You present some companies in your portfolios are different markets. For example, I saw, if I don't missing anything, Curticeira, for example, and Gal have different markets. There are different portfolios. I don't know how do you manage this information? Are included in different portfolios these ones?
Sorry, I didn't know if I understand well your question.
It's only one curiosity. You have different markets, and your measures or metrics of risk are sensitive to the markets.
Okay.
Right?
So yes, for
You
example,
have for example, you have a Corticeira and Gal are different markets. Your metrics are sensitive to this kind of differences.
Yes. So when I performed the ranking of these stocks, so we can, for example, group the companies according to branches, for example, energy sector or different sectors.
Right.
And for example, in that time horizon, 2 year time horizon, for example, I mentioned here the energy sector had revealed to have the best performing stocks, yielding the higher returns. And yes, we could also, we did not make it here, but it would also be interesting to analyze the different or clustering or build sectors. Yes, for example, energy, then green energy, and so on. And
there are different markets. It's my curiosity.
Yes, and it plays an important role in the performance.
Thank you, Irene, for your work and for your presentation.
Thank you.
We go to start the third one: computational procedures for improving extreme value estimation in time series modeling, from Dora and colleagues Clara and Manuela. Good morning, Dora. Are you ready to present?
Yes. Okay. Are you seeing the presentation?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Try to change the slide if we saw.
Okay. It's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the organizer that organized this great conference. Thank you everyone to be here hearing and to see my research about this topic. I will present a computational procedure for improving the extreme value estimation in time series modeling. This is a joint work with Clara Oliveira from Universidade do Algarve and Manuela Neves from Universidade de Lisboa. About the outline of this presentation, I will begin with the motivation, what is and why extreme value theory. Then I will pass to the classic results and present some notation. I will present a preliminary extreme value analysis and the quantile estimation, the time series modeling and the linkage with the extreme value theory, and finally I will present some data sets, the work in progress about these topics, and I finish with a few comments. What is the extreme value theory? The extreme value theory is a branch of probability and statistics dedicated to characterizing the very low and quite high values. That is the tail of distribution. The EVT at its beginning in the early to the middle part of the 20th century. As you can see here in the right, we have a photo of Emma Goebel, that was the pioneer in the application of statistics of extremes. In that book, the statistics of extremes, we present several application of this branch in the real world problems, in engineering, in meteorologic phenomena. There first appeared also application in hydrology. Why extreme value theory? Because when we are dealing with application and the interest is focused in data away from the central part, the analysis of extreme values requires a special attention and special models. For example, as we can see here in these plots, we have in the top the mean, the normal fit and the probability plots to the sample average, and also in the bottom, as you can see, the situation is different. We have the maximum of random samples, 2000 samples from the uniform distribution. As we can see here, the density and the Kiki plot, the normal Kiki plot. So, okay. About the motivation, there is a large variety of fields of application, as we can mention here some of them. The aim of these talks is to review the importance of this extreme value theory, the steps and the challenge. I will present some developments on estimation of parameters of interest. I review some work done in time series and its linkage with extreme value theory, and I will present the work in progress. Let us assume that we have a sample of x1, x2, xn of independent and identical random variable with a known cumulative distribution function f. The main focus of this extreme value theory is the distribution of the maxima mn, for which we have this equality. As we can see, as n goes to infinity, the distribution of this distribution has a trivial limit as equal to zeros if f is smaller than 1, and is equal to 1 if f is equal to 1. So the limit of this distribution is a degenerated distribution. So the idea for the maximum was the same of the central limit theorem. First, we subtract a dependent constant, then we rescale for n dependent function. Okay, here, as we have that the principal concern is the limit behavior of the sample extremes, the maximum fm. Okay, we can also say the minimum is the same. What we can see that if the first result about this concern is due to the Frechet, Fisher and Typet, Gumbel and von Mises. But we can say that were Gnedengo and Diano who gave condition for these extensions of those sequences Rn and Bn such that the maximo linearly normalized has a known degenerated limit distribution G, denoted by this. This is a no generated distribution function. Okay, and we can represent by this expression. This model also incorporates a location and a scale parameter, and we can also represent by this. Also, we can say as important result that when the above limit, the limit that is here in this slide, holds, we say that f is in a domain of attraction for the maximum of this GAF distribution, distribution, and we can write this like this. You may also consider that when the sample size goes to infinity, we have also this approximation in the bottom of the slide. Okay, everything is okay? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. There is we can say also here that the shape parameter psi is called the extreme value index. This distribution, the GAF distribution, incorporates three types. The Gumbel, we say that we have a Gumbel when this parameter is equal to 0. The right table is of an exponential type. And also we say that we have a Fréchet when this parameter is bigger than 0. We have the right tail is heavy, okay, and I label when this parameter is smaller than 0, the right tail is light. Okay, here in these slides, this beautiful slide, we have also the shapes of the GAF distribution and its applicability. We can also say that the maximum of almost all common continuous distribution after suitable normalization converge to the GAF for some values of psi. These here we have some examples, as you can see, for each of them. Okay. And also, there is a large variety of parameters of extreme events. But the estimation of this extreme value index, psi, is the primordial importance by itself, and because it is the basis for the estimation of all other parameters of extreme events. You can mention some of them. Among the most relevant, we can consider, for example, the probability of incidence of a height level, the return period, the right endpoint, and also we have here well, we will consider in this talk the problem of estimating a height quantile of probability 1 minus key, with key small. The extreme value theory has been developed under two frameworks. We have the first one, it is the parametric. Here we don't consider the parametric. The parametric considers a class of model associated to the limit law for the maximum or for the minimum, as we can mention here some of them. Here we will use the semi-parametric framework based on probabilistic asymptotic results on the tail of known distribution. Okay, I can mention also that in this framework, several estimators for the key parameter psi, extreme value index, have been developed. Okay, this parameter is estimated, okay, on the basis of the k-top statistics with k intermediate, that is k goes to infinity and k over n goes to 0 as n goes to infinity. However, the most estimator shows a strong dependence on that value k. They present a small bias and a high variance for small values of k, a bias increase and a variance decrease when k increase, and so we need to looking for adequate value of k for each we have a minimum square error. To overcome this difficulty, the jackknife and the bootstrap procedure are known as given more stable estimates around the target value. Okay. About the semi-parametric estimators of PSI, we can mention here two of them. The most known are the wheel estimator for psi bigger than 0, defined as the average of log exceedances given by this formula, and the corrected heel estimator from Chiaro et al., defining by this formula. We can mention also that we have here a vector of second order parameters that needs to be estimated. For the estimation of this vector, we can mention also these important works. Okay, so it is necessary to combining the extreme value theory and the time series models. The main assumption.
4 minutes, Dora.
4 minutes?
4 minutes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, thank you. The main association in the extreme value theory is that the extreme events observation are IID or even weakly dependent data. This is not always fulfilled when working with real data. In the presence of a time series, for example, we can mention here financial data. The way to improve the extreme value theory models is to combine them with the time series models of the volatility and use the extreme value theory on the residual obtained after time series modeling. So, by combining the extreme value theory and time series model, the assumptions of IID observations is more likely to be fulfilled and as more reliable estimates are obtaining. Okay, we give here in the bottom the slide one important example and nowadays. Okay, the analysis that I give here in this talk is the analysis of two data sets. We have here two data important sets that is here we have considers the daily mean flow discharge rate values of two Portuguese rivers, the Tejo and the Guadiana. We have here for both the time horizons, as we can see, and we have in this table we have also the descriptive statistics measures for the monthly maximum. We are working with the monthly maximum. As we can see, this data revealed a tail heavier than that of the normal because of the kurtosis. Here we also present some plots about the monthly maximum of flow discharge, as we can see the heavy tail, and the classical estimator of the quantile, the height quantile estimators of a heavy tail has many important application because when we studying and modeling the river flow discharge, it also important, for example, for the river management, including water research, planning, the pollution prevent, and the flood control. Okay, here we present the quantile estimator proposed by Weissman. It depends on the estimates of our extreme value index. Here we consider only the yield estimator and the corrected yield. Also, we present the EV estimates for both river, okay, as we can see in red and black. And now we pass to the time series. Okay, here in the time series we consider the monthly maximum value. The ARIM and the exponential smoothing models were fitted, and we have here some measures are obtained we have in this table, as you can see, the small values are for the ETS model. We have here a small difference, but it's not it's not very important here. We consider for this study the ETS model. Okay. About the diagnose, the ETS residual diagnose, we can also refer that we can also refer that the kurtosis indicate that we have also a heavy tail. So what we do, we described the parametric bootstrap that we will apply in our work. We see that about that descriptive analysis of the ATS residual reveals a heavy tail. So the gap distribution was fitted to the result of the ATS model. What we do next, we for each b a large number, we generate this from the fitted distribution, and we combine with the fitted values to the time series, and then we reconstruct the sample path of the original time series and repeats all the previous procedure, and then finally we obtain the mean of the path sample simulated. So here we repeat the procedures 1000 times, and the mean values for each month are calculated. As we can see, have the opportunity to see for both rivers, we can see that the reconstruct time series captures the extreme value of the original time series. Okay, the reconstructed are the series in the blue and orange. And to estimating the extreme quantile, we do the same for the time series and for the reconstructed associated. This is the plots of the quantile for two different values of key, as we can see in the top and the bottom. And then the work in progress we have presented to finish this talk. We presented here a few comments, and that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dora, for your brief conclusion
Thank you.
and speed conclusion. Thank you. I saw the number of the slides and I am worried.
Okay.
Any comments, any questions in the room? In the virtual room, any questions? No questions? No questions. I have one question. I need to have one question. Sorry, Dora. You talk about the choice of K. What the mean of this choice? It's an embarrassing question.
Okay, it is important question because all of them in this area, in the extreme value theory,
Yes.
we have this problem of estimating the value of extreme value index, and then to estimate the extreme value index we need to obtain the value of k, that is the number of the top order statistics. Because when we have a simulated data, we know the target value. But when we have a real data set, it's totally different. We don't
The
know.
behavior of real data sets.
Yes, the problem is open. Anna.
Thank you, Dora.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for your answer.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you.
again. We proceed for the next speaker. Abdul, you are there. You go to present the multi-scale Maximus change algorithm for surface characterization, right?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And also, let me check whether you can see my presentation
You
or
can
not.
share the presentation with us.
Okay. Can you see?
Yes, yes.
And
Everything is rolling.
if I change the slide, can you see?
Yes, yes, it's all right. Thank you,
Thank you.
Abdul. When you are ready, you can start. You have 15 minutes to present then.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present our work in this conference. So today I will give a presentation with the title The Multiscale Maximum Change Algorithm for Subsurface Characterization. And my name is Abdullah Mamoun, and I'm currently PhD student at the University of Texas, Dallas. So
You can
why?
speak more higher, more.
So for the motivation, what is subsurface characterization? So subsurface characterization, the question is that we want to know what lies in an underground volume. Now, for the subsurface characterization, why do we need this subsurface characterization? We need this to make decisions regarding economic, environmental, or health or safety concerns. For example, in oil recovery, we might be interested to know what is the forecasting about the output of the oil production. In environmental contamination, we might be interested in knowing the dynamics of the contaminant concentration in groundwater. Geological sequestration of carbon dioxide, prediction of the movement of carbon dioxide plumes in the underground. Now, the challenge for the subsurface characterization is in several aspects. We have the challenge. For example, it is involved in nonlinear system of partial differential equations. It is hyperbolic dominated problem and very large computational problem, as well as stochastic coefficients or uncertainty. Also, some uncertainty reduction is a challenging task. So for for this conference paper, the electric equation that we are interested, we have been involved in, is using the Darcy's law with the elliptic equation as follows, where the boundary condition can be the Dirichlet boundary condition, or Neumann boundary condition, or maybe Robin boundary condition. So now in this equation, the F is the source term, and the K is the unknown permeability, V is the velocity, and P is the pressure of the fluid. For the subsurface characterization, we sample the permeability field condition on available pressure data that we are representing as RP from the posterior distribution. So the posterior distribution is calculated by the Bayes theorem. So it is connected, it is related with the likelihood function, where the likelihood function we are assuming the following form, where R is the simulated pressure data. It deals with a statistical distribution involving the solution of the elliptic equation. And the P of eta is the prior distribution that needs to be provided to calculate. Now keep in mind that in this case, this is an ill-post inverse problem, since many samples of the permeability field may yield the same or similar type of pressure data. So it is an ill-post inverse problem. For the prior distribution, we are considering the Gaussian field, which is characterized by the following data. Now, if the R is, that is for an example, if R is given by the following equation, then we just use as a simple model for the rock permeability the following equation, where K is defined by the Gaussian field, exponential value of the Gaussian field. Now, the difficulty that we face in characterization is typically permeability field is defined over the underlying grid, where the number of grid blocks can be very large. Now, direct sampling of the permeability field over these grid blocks is a very large dimensional parameter space. And if we do the calculation, then it gets computationally very, very expensive. So we try to reduce the dimensionality of the parameter space. And to do this one, we are using KLE expansion or Carhon and Loeb expansion. Now, Karhunen-Loeb expansion is defined by the following equation, and the parameter reduction is achieved by truncating the series at the tail of the series. If we do that one, then from the figure, you can see that easily that our dimensionality changes drastically, where the blue one represents the dimension of the global one, where if we use the multi-scale, this one, then we have to use a much less number of eigenvalues to completely, like around 97% of the data, to represent 97% of the data. And for the Markov chain Monte Carlo, it is our goal to sample from the posterior distribution. And in this case, our strategy we are using is that to construct a Markov chain so that our posterior distribution is the equilibrium distribution of the chain. Now it has one drawback, some drawbacks. It is inherently a serial process with low acceptance risk. Now, in that case, the proposed alternatives are preconditioned MCMC, which uses a coarse scale filter represented by Christian and Fox in 2005 and F&Div in 2005. Or maybe we can parallelize a single MCMC chain by prefetching, which is done by Brockwell in 2006. Or we can use multiple MCMC chains. So multi-scale sampling method. For this method combines the simplicity of the preconditioned MCMC with a new multi-scale sampling algorithm. The algorithm decomposes the stochastic space in orthogonal complement subspaces through a one-to-one mapping to a non-overlapping domain decomposition of the region of interest. The localization of the search is performed by the Gibbs sampling. So we apply KLE expansion, Karhunen-Loeb expansion locally at that subdomain level. So the prior distribution is distributed on the subdomains in the following order. From you can see that the first number of theta values is assigned to the left upper left corner, then the second one, then third one. It is going gradually by this order. Now the multi-scale maximum change method, this is an extension of the existing multi-scale sampling method. Now in this multi-scale maximum change method, we actually pick a specific subdomain and we call it the winner subdomain among all the subdomains, and then we localize our search to better explore the posterior distribution on that winner subdomain and try to figure it out that, okay, after this one, then we go again globally, and then we pick who is the winner subdomain. We go there and do some local search in the winner subdomain and again go back. So the winner subdomain is chosen in such a way that the likelihood function is minimized over there. The convergence for this method is that we start multiple MCMC chains from different initial conditions and make sure that the chains mix together sufficiently. From that one, two most commonly used convergence measures we use to figure it out that our MCMC method is converging or not. Well, one of is potential scale reduction factor, which is PSRF in short we say, and its multivariate extension, which is MPSRF. Now the PSRF takes into only a subset of parameters, while MPSRF compares all the information that for all the parameters and their interactions is incorporated in the MPSRF. So in this calculation, if we have the convergence based on MPSRF, then that is definitely convergent by the measure of PSRF, but the converse is not true. So in our problem, we set up in the following way that consider a unit square-shaped physical domain, square-shaped four-sided, where we are solving the elliptic equation and where the source is 0. And the boundary condition on the left boundary is the Dirichlet condition 1, the pressure 1, and on the right boundary it is 0, and on the upper boundary and on the lower boundary there is no flow condition over there. Now, using MCMC simulation, we are using the MCMC simulation to characterize the subsurface. So the results on the top one, you can see that is the reference permeability field we are trying to achieve. And on the bottom two row, you can see that these are two different chains we took the data from. And if we can see that on the left one, it is in 20,000 iterations, and then 40,000 iterations, then 60,000 iterations. And as we move on, we can see that they are quite close to our reference field to get the exact, like close to the reference data that we are trying to achieve. And based on the PSRF and MPSRF curves, the top two one is just, to show that the MMCM, which is the current algorithm that I'm describing, is better performing than the MSM. And the bottom two one is just to give you the close look, because we are interested to know that when these curves cross the value 1.2 for both MPSRF and PSRF, and clearly the current algorithm MMCM is crossing 1.2 much earlier than the multi-skill sampling method. So definitely MMCM is performing better than the MSM, earlier, faster than, and improved convergence there. The conclusion that we presented a multi-skill maximum change method here to localize the search in the stochastic space of a Bayesian statistical framework. And this method is an improvement of the multi-skill sampling method, MSM method, and the numerical simulations show that MSM and MMCM both converge, but MMCM shows an improved convergence. That would be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening to me. I don't know whether you guys have clearly heard what I have said.
Thank you, Mohamed. We are there. Thanks for your nice presentation. And do you have some questions? I asked to the room. I have some resistant people in the room. Do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Have a delay when I'm listening from YouTube. I just finished. Okay.
You have some questions to Mohamed to put now? You want to put, if you want to
Can I go there?
yes, come here. You have one question from another people, not me.
Okay. Should I stop sharing?
Yes, you can stop sharing. You can show your face to your colleague. Abdul is
Okay,
there.
sure.
If you want. Please. Thank you.
Hi, Abdul.
Hi,
Thank you
how
for
are
your
you?
presentation.
Thank you very
Um,
much.
I was wondering about your method regarding the permeability. How it's different from let's say some just statistical methods. Then of course, you're using the Bayesian method approaching based on the given data. I agree that. But sometimes it's hard to get that data, right?
Yes.
From the subsurface. It's really hard to
Yes.
get that data.
Yes, that's why we're using simulated reference data.
Yeah, that's why you use this. Yeah, I see. You use this 1D problem, right? When pressure is 1 and pressure is 0.
Yes.
To test that
Yes.
problem. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so the question is how it's different from the traditional methods. And you mentioned you have some similarities. How you validate the current methods versus with the real permeability.
So the thing is that in our cases, the object is that we do not have the actual that for the first stage, we apply algorithm to our reference simulated data, and we try to get that when we get, after how many iterations we get the value of MPSRF, the value of 1.2. So if we get the value of the MPSRF 1.2 or less, then that validates that it is convergent method based on the other method that we have. So when we compare with the existing method with our current method, The thing is that when, after how many iterations, these methods are crossing the 1.2. So if it is crossing earlier method, because we are trying to find a better method that gives you the same result in less number of iterations.
I see. And for me, the permeability depends on the space, right? It's just statistical analysis would be good.
Yes.
But you're looking in terms of some physics, like using mixed method and
yes,
try to. I see. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Yep.
You're
thank you
sorry.
very much.
I'm Irlan. Okay,
Thank you very
Nazarbayev
much.
University, Kazakhstan.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. More questions? No? So we proceed for the last presentation. Eugenia is there. Paulo,
Thank you very
is
much
you
for
the
having me.
presenter? Paulo Fazendeiro. Is you the presenter for the last session? Anonymized data assessment via analysis of variance and application to higher education evaluation. Paulo. Paulo Fazendeiro. Hello. Anybody? Paulo. Is there? Is one of the authors. I don't know. It's the last one. I don't know. I think Eugenia is the. We can unmute.
Paul? Paolo?
Like Pink Floyd. Is anybody there? It's amusing, our session. I tried to contact Paulo, and Paulo, you are there?
No.
No, I have the phone from the other, Eugenia. I try. Okay, all right. It's the last one, I think. Paulo. We try for other presenters, we try to contact the last presenter. She is on the room, but he don't ask to the call. Sometimes that's kind of solutions done. Send it message. Everything is in caps lock. It's something mad. I think that's what is platform. Questa è la sessione 1 della 9. Scusami, sessione 2 questa, se clicchi non va. Mi rimanda il programma. Ok, grazie. Ok. Try to enter on the next 10 minutes. Okay. Yeah. you. Paulo? Paulo, are you there?
Hello.
It's Paula.
Oh, yes.
It's Paula, not Paulo.
No, they are both, Paul and Paul. We are the last paper of the session.
You go to do the presentation. Thank you, Paula, for this mistake. You when you are ready, you can start your presentation.
Okay, the presentation was prepared by Paul, okay, and I have a video because we have problems with the times, okay? We are not free at the right time. I can pass the video, okay?
I think it's worth try to paste the video.
Share, okay. I can share the video, I don't know.
To share.
I can.
We have an option to
And
share the video.
I can share my screen.
The screen, the entire screen, and try to put.
But I don't have the option to share. Window screen. Entire screen, okay.
No, yes. Yes, you have.
Okay. Okay, we'll start.
You don't see the video?
No?
No. Only
me.
Only the sound.
Okay.
Video has been turned off to save bandwidth. I don't know what this means.
Hello from Portugal. My name is Pontus and I.
No, we don't saw the video. Some problems show more. No.
Okay, there is a problem when sharing the screen, yes. Okay, hello.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
And now.
Perfect. Yes, now.
Yeah.
Now you can put this on the begin. Thank you.
Okay.
So. Okay. Thank you. Now it's okay.
My name is and I'm here to present our work entitled Analyzed Data Assessment by the Analysis of Variance, an application to higher education evaluation. These are colleagues, Eugênio Ferrão and Paulo Prata. We all came from the University of Beira Interior, which is located in Covilhã, a very beautiful city, Portugal. Let me start by presenting you the highlights of our work. We performed a posterior analysis of variance to investigate the possible degradation of the relationship between variables and generalization as measuring the amount of information loss. We applied this approach to Brazilian higher education data with focus on the main effects of interaction terms involving gender differentiation. Several scenarios were compared with the original data. Differential privacy was applied as data anonymization process. We assessed data with utility based on the agreement between the original data structure and the anonymized structures. In addition, we used analysis of variance. So, in a nutshell, we can say that using for potential of the conclusion. Research in several scientific is obtained from the International Entering College in Brazil. So after using the original data set was reduced to roughly 80% of its initial size. We have considered the student-specific score as variables, GPA 1 and GPA 2, and as well some socio-demographic variables like gender, age, skin color, level of education of the parents, and so on. And also, we have introduced two new variables, the number of years needed to finish the studies and the number of years of school leave between middle school and college. This see the used in this study, as well as the range time regarding its importance for the anonymization endeavor. In what concerns anonymization scenarios, we use IRX as the anonymization tool, implementing the SafePub algorithm, which offers us the epsilon sigma differential privacy using random sampling. For each pair of epsilon and sigma, the algorithm derives the value of k and proceeds with k anonymization, which means that all records appearing less than k times in the current dataset were suppressed. This table we can see some of the epsilon and sigma parameters used in your differential privacy model. So we named the original dataset as DS0, and for each set of parameters we get a different anonymized dataset ranging from DS1 to DS5. In the following, we are going to center our attention on DS3 because it is the one that is in closer. Well, it is not the one that has most records, but is the one that is in closer agreement with the original data structure of this DS0. As you can see from some quality measures like non-uniform entropy, or for instance, sum of squared errors. So we proceed with the analysis of variance study. So now was applied to using GPA2 as response variable in order to statistically compare results between the original and the anonymized datasets. Besides the students' sociodemographic characteristics main effects, the model includes the following first-order interactions: gender, origin status, gender, race, gender, family income, and gender ratio. All of them revealed to be statistically significant in the original data. Well, now if we look what happens with the anonymization data, with the anonymized data, the same is not true. So we can see that another model suggests that, for instance, for DS1 and DS4, that gender has no effect on GPA2. The same is true for the interactions, for gender interactions with race and families income. Well, let's have a look at gender income interaction for DS0 and DS3. And we can see that despite DS3 is the dataset that is in closer agreement with DS0, there are substantial differences between the estimated national means for this pair of variables. And this is also true for of the numerical variables. As you can see here, looking at the correlation coefficients between variables. have a very different distribution of these coefficients. So we can say that even the most suitable minimization method for big data sets can become ineffective for minimization of data with primary purpose scientific research in social sciences. Minimization may lead to a reduction in the amount of information available and in turn to a loss of statistical power to detect significant effects or interactions. While the analysis and modeling of macrodata from administrative records are essential for scientific research in various fields, the implementation of general data protection and regulation initiatives has brought additional challenges. Regretfully, when the primary or sole method of assessing macrodata is through anonymized data, it can negatively impact the quality of the research. So this ends my presentation. I'm happy to receive any questions from you, or if you simply prefer, you can simply drop us a line to any one of these email addresses. Thank you.
Thank you for the authors. I think Paulo don't listen me, but Paula is into presentation of the team. We have some problems in the technical aspects, but thank you for the presentation in video, and we will finish this session. Thanks for all authors to contribute for this session virtually, and see you in the next session in the evening. And if you want to be present, you go to GT room, or I think is now working in the YouTube channel. Some technical problems, but we try to do our best. Thank you.
Thank
To all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all resistance for these sessions. It's difficult to virtually to be more interactions with the people. But thank you.
Thank you.
Julia, let's go solve some problems.
One moment,
You are.
I have another presentation.
You have another presentation.
Radovan.
Yes.
Radovan?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, you can share your screen. I'm Giulia De Zogus. I'm the chair in the first session.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm working on it. Oh, okay. Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Try a little bit.
Okay.
We share the screen to see the presentation.
Okay, so thank you for waiting. I'll be quick as I can. So my name is Radovan Lapunik. I'm the co-author of this article, and I'll have prepared a short presentation for you. The topic is the issue of small municipalities and the possibility of applying the principles of socially responsible management. What's the aim of the paper? It's to analyze the problems of small municipalities in Slovakia and apply a broad comparison. Second, to propose partial solutions, mainly in the economic and administrative area based on the principles of social responsibility, inter-municipal cooperation, and possible positive impacts of management based on economies of scale. We have dealt with cost efficiency of municipality based on economies of scale. And
Radovan, you changed the slide? Because I see the first, only the first slide.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now you see, yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So the objects of this paper are small, especially small municipalities, and the cost of administration. The research question is the small municipalities are unable to take advantage of the effects of economies of scale. Certain activities and mostly municipal administration are more expensive than compared to large ones. So what can be done? How can we use the effects of economies of scale? And what should the form of cooperation take according to concept of social responsibility? We analyzed the needs and administrative costs of 236 municipalities in Slovakia. The focus of the study was to explore the possibilities of achieving better economic results of small municipalities through cooperation and joint sharing of resources. Cooperation and joint sharing of resources are part of the concept of socially responsible management. Primary and secondary research was conducted and on a representative set of local governments in Slovakia. Municipalities and cities were both represented in the sample. The sample was set on two criteria: the first, number of inhabitants, and second, the spatial distribution within the regions. One separate group of the cities and municipalities was set from 20,000 inhabitants to 90,000 inhabitants, especially for this study. We started with the survey among the municipalities that they highlighted the most problematic areas of the functioning, and most of the municipalities highlighted the first two groups: demographic development and insufficient budget of the municipality. These two groups are interconnected, and pretty much the budget of the Slovakian municipalities is based on the number of economically active inhabitants and economically active companies. In general, there is a problem in Slovakia. Small municipalities do not have enough opportunities to obtain sufficient budgetary resources. The systematic development of the territory is considerably limited. Current impacts such as immigration, demographic change, and shrinking tax base, which undermines general capacity, are highly problematic. And this issue was already dealt in other studies, so we have analyzed those studies abroad. So economies of scale, the efficient production of goods and services can be achieved by increasing production and lowering cost. So there are two possibilities, and the first one is to merge the municipalities, or another, what we would prefer, cooperate and share resources. How to set the optimal size of municipality? The economies of scale says to achieve this, to be cost efficient, you have to expand the production. So expenditures per capita that were analyzed, expenditures decline with increased size of population. So the graph, if you draw a trend line within the graph, you can see the decline, but it slows down with increasing size of municipalities. So there is a limit with increasing the size of the municipality. With the growth of municipality, the administrative complexity grows. Additional administrative staff is needed, and more space, more technology, etc. Correlation analysis confirmed that indirect linear relationship between unit expenditure per capita and the size of self-government. Bratislava has the highest density of population, so it's a little different among the regions in Slovakia. Economies of scale is evident with the output of shared expenditure. This graph doesn't show, but I'll tell you. The highest share was reached in the smallest municipalities, and for approximately 1,500 inhabitants, the expenditure ratio has stabilized in between 10 to 20% of all the expenditures the municipalities have. Regression, correlation analysis, and the analysis of average unit expenditures proved that the most suitable size with the highest economies of scale affects municipalities with the size of or between 2,000 and 5,000 inhabitants and between 10 and 20,000 inhabitants. Especially the group 5 to 10,000 has even an increase in unit expenditure per capita. So, and over 20,000 inhabitants, municipalities expenditures grow inconsistently, but the growth has a more moderate trend than the population growth. So optimal size of the cooperating units should be in the range maximum of 20,000 inhabitants. Municipalities with less than 1,000 inhabitants can achieve the highest cost savings. The growth of population by one unit could reduce unit expenditures by 10 cents. For example, if a 500 inhabitants municipality merges with a 1,000 inhabitant municipality, the cost saving annual could be around 25,000. Municipalities up to 2,000 are still cost efficient, and there is a positive influence of increasing the size of the unit. In group of between 2,000 and 5,000 inhabitants, we discovered a weak indirect linear dependence, but the economies of scale effects are still present. The same is the group 5 to 10,000. Municipalities over 20,000 inhabitants have a higher cost increase, and it's not cost effective to enter the shared system of the joints with this size. Regression analysis shows that to achieve the effects of economies of scale, it is preferred only with a joint service up to 10,000 inhabitants. So there were many analyses. Then later, Table 11 shows the average administrative expenditures per capita in individual size groups, adjusted on the basis of weight based on the numbers of inhabitants and individual municipalities. And as you see, the smaller municipalities have a higher average cost, but when you cross the size of 20,000, the decrease of cost is very weak, is very slow, so it's not cost effective to merge such big municipalities together. Total cumulated unit expenditure and total savings. Let's take a 500 inhabitant municipality that joins a joint and shared office. with 10 to 20,000 inhabitants, it could save up to 27,000 euro a year, especially here in Slovakia. It's counted for Slovakia. From the view based on savings, the highest savings could be achieved by small municipalities in cooperation with a size of maximum 10 to 20,000 inhabitants, but also smaller units from 2 to 5,000 inhabitants. Under condition not to go over 20,000, it is still cost effective. So what's the conclusion and the result of this study? This scientific study does not provide a clear guidance for solving the problems of small communities. It deals only with a certain problem, and that is the size and the economic cost ratio. Possible cost savings could be achieved by a cooperation based on specialization and joint use of resources that will not endanger municipal sovereignty and could avoid internal resistance from local politicians and residents. It shouldn't be based on a central government decision. The new model of cooperation should be based on the principles of concept of social responsibility, communication, and good experience that participants have with each other. It should be independent legal entity and a service center without regulatory competence toward cooperating municipalities. Let's call it a community of municipalities. It should be based on this research. It has been shown that the cooperation should be achieved with a unit of 2 to 5,000 inhabitants and 10 to 20,000 inhabitants optimally use the effects of economies of scale that is mostly cost effective. The basis for solving all the problems are well-equipped human resources of municipalities that can effectively use the possible synergic effects of inter-municipal cooperation. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Radov. Do you have any question? Ravonika, Paul? No, for me it's okay. And thank you all. And the ICCSA conference restart at the 3 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Bye.
much.
Thank you.